Chapter 1. When Thunder Learns to Rest. The night does not arrive all at once in Asgard. It does not fall suddenly, nor does it announce itself with sound or signal. Instead, it spreads slowly, like a deep breath taken by the world itself. A soft dimming, a gradual quieting, a gentle easing of light into shadow. Stone paths lose their sharpness first. Their edges soften as silver moonlight replaces the glow of day. Tall pillars begin to stretch longer shadows across the ground, shadows that move not with urgency but with patience, sliding inch by inch as the sky turns. The great halls of Asgard remain standing as they always have, strong, enduring, unyielding, but even they seem to relax as the night deepens. Doors close, fires lower, voices fade, one by one, until only the faintest echoes remain, dissolving into the open air. The realm does not sleep the way mortals sleep. It settles, and in that settling, something ancient stirs, not awake, not asleep, but aware. Far from the center of the realm, beyond the bright halls and long tables and places of gathering, there is a wide terrace carved directly from the mountain stone. It faces outward, toward distance, toward sky, toward the slow turning of worlds that cannot be fully seen but are always felt. Here, the wind moves freely. Here, the stars feel closer. Here, Thor sits alone. He does not sit like a king. He does not sit like a warrior. He sits the way a mountain might sit, if a mountain could choose to rest. His broad frame is still, heavy with presence, grounded. His shoulders are relaxed, lowered in a way few have ever seen. His powerful arms rest loosely at his sides, hands open, fingers uncurled. Mjolnir leans beside him, its handle angled against the stone, its head resting flat and unmoving. The hammer is silent. No hum, no vibration, no charge of power waiting to be released. It is simply there. Thor's cloak drapes around him, thick and dark, its fabric worn smooth by time and use. There is no armor tonight, no metal plates, no straps pulled tight in readiness. His red beard hangs freely, unbound, catching the faintest movement of air as the wind passes through the terrace. His hair rests against his shoulders, untouched by braids or ties. Thor breathes in. The air is cold but not harsh. It carries the scent of stone and height and distant frost. It feels clean, honest. He breathes out. Slowly. The sound is soft, nearly lost to the wind. This is not how Thor is usually seen. Thor is thunder. Thor is motion. Thor is the sky breaking open. Thor is the roar that follows lightning, the force that answers chaos, the presence that stands between fragile worlds and destruction. And yet, tonight, there is no thunder. The sky above Asgard is wide and dark, layered with stars that glow faintly, evenly, without flicker or urgency. They do not blaze. They do not compete for attention. They simply exist. Thor tilts his head back slightly, lifting his gaze toward them. His eyes trace slow paths between points of light, not searching for patterns, not counting, not naming. Just watching. Time stretches here. There is no rush, no demand, no signal calling him elsewhere. The wind brushes past his face, cool and steady, tugging gently at the edge of his cloak before continuing on its way. It does not linger. It does not press. It moves as if it knows this is a place of quiet. Thor shifts his weight slightly on the stone bench beneath him. The bench has been here longer than many remember. Its surface is worn smooth, shaped not by deliberate carving but by centuries of presence. Gods sitting, standing, pausing, watching. Thor has stood here many times before, but rarely like this. Tonight, there is no vigilance in his posture. No readiness to rise at the first sound of trouble. No tension held in his muscles. Instead, there is something unfamiliar. Stillness. At first, It feels strange. Thor's body remembers movement. His muscles are shaped by action. Even at rest, he is used to holding a certain readiness, a coiled strength beneath the surface. But the night does not ask for that. The night does not want thunder. The night wants rest. Thor's breathing deepens again, slow and steady. Each breath seems to sink further into him, grounding him, anchoring him to the stone beneath his feet and the sky above his head. The stars shift almost imperceptibly. Thor does not notice at first. Then he does. A subtle change. A difference in spacing. A reminder that even the sky moves, even when it seems still. He watches longer. The longer he watches, the quieter his thoughts become. Not empty, just slower. Memories rise, but not sharply. They drift in like clouds, forming and dissolving without urgency. He remembers storms rolling across Midgard, clouds gathering thick and low, heavy with rain. He remembers the feel of lightning moving through the sky, the sound of thunder echoing across mountains and valleys. He remembers standing at the edge of worlds, hammer in hand, feeling the charge build, knowing when to strike and when to wait. He remembers being needed. Thor has always understood need. Need is simple, direct, honest. Tonight, however, there is no need. And that realization settles into him slowly, like a weight being set down after being carried for a very long time. Thor lowers his gaze. Mjolnir rests beside him, unchanged. He reaches out and places his hand around the handle. Not to lift it, just to feel it. The handle fits his grip as it always has. Familiar, certain, solid. Thor lets his hand remain there, fingers relaxed, resting rather than gripping. The hammer does not respond. It does not hum. It does not awaken. It waits. Thor nods faintly, not consciously, not to anyone else. A small acknowledgement, an understanding shared without words. He releases the handle and lets his hand fall back to his side. Silence fills the space again. The kind of silence that does not press in, but opens outward. Thor lifts his gaze once more to the stars. They seem softer now. Or perhaps it is his eyes. He remains seated, unmoving, as time continues to stretch and flow around him. There is no way to measure how long he sits there. There is no need to measure it. Asgard breathes. The wind continues its gentle path through the realm. The stars continue their slow, patient drift. And Thor, god of thunder, remains still. Not because he is tired, but because he is learning something the storm rarely allows. How to rest. Thor remains on the terrace. The stone bench beneath him holds his weight without complaint, as if it has always expected him to return here, as if it has always known that even storms come home eventually. The wind drifts through the open space again, and this time Thor notices how it moves. Not sharply, not in bursts. It moves in slow, steady streams, curling around pillars, slipping over the edge of the terrace, brushing against the fabric of his cloak like a quiet reminder that the world is still alive, still turning, even when nothing is happening. Thor's shoulders rise slightly with a breath, then lower. The breath is deep enough that it seems to travel all the way down into the center of him, past muscle and bone, into whatever part of a god can still feel grounded by something as simple as air. He exhales. And as he exhales, he realizes something. The quiet is not empty. It is full. Full of small sounds. Full of soft movement. Full of the subtle language of the night. There is the faint whisper of wind along stone. There is the almost imperceptible creak of a pillar cooling in the night air. There is the distant, low crackle of a torch somewhere far behind him, its flames struggling gently against the dark. There is the sound of his own breathing. Slow, steady, even. Thor listens to these sounds the way he might once have listened for danger. But now he listens differently. He listens for calm. He listens for the world saying in its quiet way that nothing is required of him at this moment. Thor tilts his head slightly and looks down over the edge of the terrace. Far below, clouds drift like pale oceans, slow waves of mist moving through darkness. They do not race. They do not churn. They float. They roll. They soften the distance between realms. Thor's eyes follow the movement of those clouds, and the movement of his thoughts begins to match them. Slow, rolling. So he looks back up to the sky. The stars are scattered across it like quiet watchers. Some are brighter than others, but none of them demand attention. None of them shout. None of them blaze like a fire that wants to be seen. They simply glow. Thor's gaze drifts from one star to another. He does not name them. He does not count them. He lets his eyes move as they want to move. And after a while, he notices that the stars seem to shift. Not dramatically, just a little. A slow change in position, like the world is turning beneath him. It is easy to forget, when you are strong enough to shape storms, that the sky has its own pace. It does not follow a hammer. It does not hurry for a god. It moves according to the quiet rules that existed long before gods, and will continue long after them. Thor sits with that thought, not fighting it, not resisting, just holding it gently in his mind like a warm stone. The night deepens a little more. The air grows slightly colder. Thor does not pull his cloak tighter. He lets the cold be present. Cold is honest too. He has been in deeper cold than this. He has stood in winds that cut like blades. He has walked through realms where frost never melts. But this cold is not a challenge. It is a calm. It is the temperature of a world at rest. Thor's hands rest open on his thighs. His fingers, thick and scarred from old fights, are relaxed. Mjolnir remains beside him, silent and still. Thor glances at it again. The hammer is a strange thing. It is not simply a weapon. It is a promise, a guarantee, a certainty. When the hammer is lifted, something will happen. The air will change. The world will react. Thunder will follow. For much of his life, Thor has felt most himself when that certainty was near. When he could act. When he could protect. When he could bring the storm. But tonight, he does not touch it again. Tonight, the promise can rest. And Thor can rest with it. He shifts slightly on the bench, feeling stone under cloth, feeling the solidity of the world beneath him. It is strange, in a quiet way, to realize how much he has always relied on movement to keep his mind from growing too loud. Because Thor has always been simple. Not simple in intelligence. Simple in direction. When the world is threatened, he acts. When someone needs defending, he acts. When chaos rises, he acts. There is comfort in action. Action is clear. Action answers questions. Action keeps doubts quiet. But the night does not allow action. The night creates space. And space invites thought. Thor takes another slow breath and lets his mind drift again, just as his eyes drift among the stars. He remembers laughter in the halls. Not tonight's laughter, tonight is quiet, but laughter from other times. He remembers feasts where the sound filled Asgard, where voices rose and fell like waves. He remembers the feel of wooden benches beneath him, the weight of drinking horns, the warmth of firelight. He remembers stories told loud and proud, stories that made the halls shake with approval. Thor has always loved stories. Not for the cleverness of them, for the feeling, for the way a story can make you feel strong, even if you are already strong. For the way a story can make a room feel united. But stories have another use, a quieter use. On nights like this, stories can be told without sound. They can be remembered. They can be revisited slowly, like walking through a familiar place in the dark, touching the walls to reassure yourself that everything is still where it should be. Thor remembers the first time he held Mjolnir. Not the battle around it, Not the noise. The feeling, the shock of it, the certainty of it, the sense that he had been given something that fit him, like a tool shaped for his hand, like a role shaped for his nature. Thor has never doubted what he is. He is the defender, the storm, the wall. He has always accepted that. But tonight, he wonders, gently, what else he might be when the world does not need him to be loud. Thor's gaze returns to the stars. The same stars. Still glowing. Still patient. He blinks slowly. And as he blinks, he notices how heavy his eyelids feel. Not with exhaustion. With relaxation. With the simple quiet weight of night. He blinks again, slower this time. He breathes in. He breathes out. The breath becomes a rhythm. And with each breath, his body sinks slightly deeper into stillness. The wind shifts again, and it brings with it a faint sound. Not close. Far away. A distant echo of movement somewhere in Asgard. Perhaps a guard changing position. Perhaps a door closing softly. Perhaps a torch being tended. The sound is so small it barely matters. But it reminds Thor that even in rest, the realm is alive. It is simply quieter. Thor turns his head slightly, looking back toward the darker part of the terrace where it meets the path leading inward. Stone pillars stand there, tall and still, casting long shadows across the ground. The shadows are soft-edged, stretched by moonlight. Everything looks calmer in moonlight. The harshness of day is gone. The sharpness of bright light is gone. Moonlight does not show every detail. It suggests. It softens. It turns the world into something more gentle. Thor looks at the shadows and thinks of storms again. Storms are harsh. Storms reveal everything. Lightning shows the world in sudden, bright detail. It pulls edges into sharpness. It makes the world look dramatic. But moonlight does the opposite. It lets the world rest. It makes the world quiet. Thor returns his gaze to the sky. The stars seem to pulse faintly. Not truly pulsing. Just the illusion of it. A soft shimmer. A gentle flicker. Thor watches long enough that even that shimmer begins to feel like breathing. Stars breathing. Sky breathing. World breathing. Thor breathing. He matches his breath to the rhythm he imagines in the sky. His shoulders rise. His shoulders fall. The cloak shifts slightly. The fabric settles again. Mjolnir remains silent beside him, like a loyal companion who understands that loyalty includes silence. Thor lets his thoughts drift downward again, not yet to Midgard, not yet crossing realms, but simply thinking of it. He imagines Midgard at night. He imagines small homes with fires burning low. He imagines people sleeping. He imagines the sound of rain on rooftops. He imagines the comfort of blankets. He imagines children listening to stories before sleep. And he remembers, faintly, how mortals speak of thunder. Sometimes they fear it. Sometimes they are comforted by it. Because thunder can mean the storm is passing. Thunder can mean the sky is alive. Thunder can mean that something powerful is moving above them. But what mortals rarely realize is that thunder is not always anger. Sometimes thunder is simply the sky moving. Sometimes it is the world stretching. Thor understands that. He has always understood that. And tonight, as he sits beneath the stars, he realizes he wants the mortals below to have more nights like this. Nights without fear. Nights with only soft wind and steady stars. Nights where the world feels safe enough to sleep deeply. Thor's jaw loosens slightly, his face softening. He lets his eyes rest on one particular cluster of stars. He watches them. He watches them long enough that he begins to see them as a pattern. Not a named constellation. Just a shape that his mind chooses. A faint curve. A scattered line. A loose circle. The pattern does not matter. What matters is that focusing on it makes his mind quieter. It gives his thoughts a place to rest. Thor continues to watch. Minutes pass. Or perhaps longer. Time is not loud here. The wind moves again, and this time it brings a faint scent, pine and cold stone and something distant, like the fading warmth of fires far behind him. Thor inhales slowly. The scent is grounding. He exhales. And with that exhale, something in him settles further. He shifts again, just slightly, leaning back more against the stone. His hands rest loosely now, palms open. His breathing remains steady. The stars continue their slow drift. And Thor realizes something else, something quiet but important. The stars are fading. Not quickly. Not suddenly. They are fading the way a fire fades when it has been burning for a long time. They are still there, but their brightness is softening. The night is deepening toward the point where the world begins to prepare for dawn. Even in Asgard, where time feels different, the rhythm exists. Then morning, then day, then night again. Thor watches as one star seems to dim slightly behind a thin veil of cloud. Then another. The clouds move slowly, passing across the sky like pale hands. Thor watches the clouds cover and uncover the stars, and it feels like watching someone gently close their eyes. Star visible. Star hidden. Star visible again. Star hidden again. It becomes soothing. It becomes repetitive. It becomes a lullaby without sound. Thor's breathing matches it. He blinks again, slow. His eyelids feel heavy again. Not with tiredness, with calm, with the gentle pull of rest. Thor does not fight it. He does not resist. He has fought enough things. Tonight, he lets the night do what it was made to do. He lets it quiet him. He lets it soften him. He lets it teach him that strength can exist without sound. Thor remains seated, still watching, breathing, and as the stars fade behind drifting cloud, Thor's thoughts begin to thin, to slow, to settle into a deeper quiet. Not yet sleep, but closer, closer than he expected, closer than he thought possible for a storm. The clouds continue their slow passage across the sky. They do not hurry. They do not change direction suddenly. They drift as if they have all the time in existence. Thor watches them without effort. At some point, he stops actively following individual clouds and instead becomes aware of the movement as a whole, the gentle shifting of pale shapes against the deeper dark, the way moonlight softens as it passes through thin layers of vapor, the way the stars appear and disappear without drama. Appear, fade, return. It becomes a rhythm, and rhythms, Thor realizes, are not so different from storms. Storms have rhythm too. The gathering of clouds, the thickening of air, the first distant rumble, the strike, the echo, the release. But this rhythm is slower, longer, quieter. It does not build toward impact. It builds toward rest. Thor's breathing follows it without conscious choice. Each breath seems to take a little longer than the last. Each exhale releases a little more tension from his body. Tension he did not know he was holding, tension that had become so familiar it felt like part of him. His shoulders sink a fraction lower. His neck loosens. The muscles in his jaw unclench, and his teeth separate slightly, no longer held together by habit or readiness. Thor does not move his hands. They rest where they are, open, palms turned slightly upward, fingers curved naturally. Hands that have held weapons. Hands that have caught lightning. Hands that have defended worlds. Now resting, Mjolnir remains beside him, its presence steady and reassuring. Thor does not look at it again. He does not need to. The hammer is part of him. It does not demand attention. It waits as it always has. The wind shifts direction again, brushing across the terrace from a different angle. It slips beneath the edge of Thor's cloak and then moves on, continuing its quiet journey through Asgard. Thor notices the temperature change slightly, cooler now, sharper at the edges. He lets it be. Cold keeps him awake enough to remain aware. Warmth would invite sleep too quickly. This balance, cool air, steady breath, fading stars, is perfect. Thor's eyes grow heavier. He blinks once, then again. Each blink lasts just a fraction longer. When his eyes open, the stars are still there, but they feel farther away, as if a thin veil has been drawn between him and the sky. Or perhaps the veil is inside him. His thoughts slow further. They no longer form complete memories or images. Instead, they arrive as impressions. A sense of weight, a sense of distance, a sense of time stretching. He remembers, faintly, being younger, not in age but in certainty. A time when everything felt clear, when threats were obvious, when strength was always the answer. That certainty did not disappear. It changed. Thor understands that now. Strength is still the answer, but not the only one. Sometimes, strength is knowing when to wait, when to hold the storm back, when to let the night do its work. Thor tilts his head slightly, letting it rest more comfortably against the cool stone behind him. The stone is solid, unmoving, ancient. It has been here long before him. It will be here long after. Thor finds comfort in that. There is something reassuring about sitting against something that does not change, something that does not ask anything of him. His breathing deepens again. The rhythm is slow enough now that it feels like it could carry him somewhere else if he allowed it. He does not resist that feeling. He lets it exist. The clouds thin for a moment, and the stars brighten slightly as they reappear. Thor's eyes drift to one star in particular. It is not the brightest. It is not the largest. It is simply steady. He focuses on it. Just that one point of light. He lets everything else soften around it. The sky becomes background. The stars around it become background. The wind becomes background. The sound of his own breath becomes background. There is only that single point of light. He watches it. He watches it long enough that it begins to feel less like a star and more like an anchor. Something to rest his attention on. Thor's mind settles around it. Thoughts slow even further. They do not disappear. They drift, like clouds. One thought passes through Midgard. Not the realm itself. Just the word. The idea. It drifts by and continues on. Another thought follows, storm. It lingers briefly, then fades. Another, protection. Another, rest. Thor does not follow any of them. He lets them pass. The star remains. Thor's breathing remains steady. The wind remains gentle. Time continues to move in its quiet way. Eventually, the cloud returns, drifting across the star Thor has been watching. The light dims, then disappears. Thor does not feel disappointment. He expected it. Stars fade. Clouds pass. Nothing remains exactly the same. And that is not loss. It is movement. The cloud thins again, and the star returns, slightly dimmer than before. Thor notices this without concern. The night is moving toward its end. Even storms know when to pass. Thor's eyelids lower again. This time, when he blinks, they remain closed for a few breaths. When he opens his eyes again, the sky feels closer to morning, though dawn is still far away. The stars are fewer now. The clouds are thicker. The moonlight softer. The world feels wrapped in layers. Thor shifts slightly, adjusting his position, finding a deeper comfort against the stone. The movement is slow and deliberate. Nothing abrupt. Nothing sharp. He settles again. He realizes something important in this moment. He is not bored. He is not restless. He is not waiting for something to happen. He is simply here, present, aware, at rest. Thor has rarely allowed himself this state. It has always felt dangerous to rest too deeply. The world is full of threats. Chaos does not sleep. But tonight, the world is quiet. And Thor understands that guarding the world also means trusting it sometimes. Trusting that not everything needs to be met with force. Trusting that others hold their watch too. Trusting that the night can be safe. The realization does not come with pride. It comes with relief. Thor exhales, long and slow. His chest rises gently, falls gently. The breath feels like it could carry him into sleep if he lets it. He lets it carry him a little further. Not fully asleep, not dreaming, just hovering in that space where thoughts are soft and time feels distant. The wind moves again. The clouds continue their endless drift. The stars continue to fade. And Thor, god of thunder, sits quietly beneath the night sky, learning, slowly, patiently, that rest is not weakness. It is preparation. It is balance. It is part of the storm. For a long while, Thor does not move. He remains seated against the cool stone, breathing slowly, eyes half-lidded, awareness drifting in and out like a tide that has no urgency to return to shore. The terrace holds him. The night holds him. And for a moment that feels suspended outside of time, there is no reason to change anything. But eventually, softly, without command, something shifts. It is not a sound, not a signal. It is a feeling, subtle and almost unnoticeable at first, like the moment just before you decide to turn over in sleep. Thor becomes aware of his body again. Not with tension, with curiosity. He notices the weight of his limbs, the way the stone presses gently against his back, the faint stiffness in his shoulders from remaining still for so long. He notices the slow warmth building beneath his cloak, the contrast between his body and the cool air around him. He notices the rhythm of his breath and realizes that it has changed. It is deeper now, slower, more even. Each inhale fills him fully. Each exhale releases him further into calm. Thor opens his eyes fully again and looks at the sky. The stars are fewer now. Where once there were many, scattered across the dark like quiet sparks, now there are gaps, wide, soft spaces where clouds have gathered and remained. The moon is still there, but it is dimmer, its light filtered through layers of thin mist. The night is not ending yet, but it is preparing to. Thor senses this not as a countdown, but as a gentle turning. The way the body knows when it is time to stretch. The way the mind knows when it is time to move on from a thought. Thor shifts his weight forward, slowly, deliberately. The movement is unhurried. His boots press more firmly into the stone beneath him. His hands rest briefly on the edge of the bench as he leans forward, feeling the texture of the carved surface beneath his palms. The stone is cool, solid, reliable. Thor pauses there, leaning forward, head slightly bowed, as if listening again. The world answers with silence. A good silence. A silence that feels complete rather than empty. Thor nods faintly. He straightens, rising to his full height. The movement is smooth, controlled, absent of the usual force that accompanies him. There is no sudden shift in the air, no stirring of power. He simply stands. Mjolnir remains beside the bench, exactly where he left it. Thor looks down at it. The hammer looks smaller when it is not in motion, when it is not surrounded by thunder or lightning. Not weak, never weak, but calm, contained. Thor reaches down and lifts it. The weight is familiar, grounding. The moment he lifts it, the air seems to acknowledge the change, not with sound or spark, but with awareness. Thor holds the hammer loosely, resting it against his thigh. He does not spin it. He does not test it. He simply carries it. Thor turns away from the edge of the terrace and begins to walk. The path leading inward is wide at first, bordered by tall stone pillars that rise like silent sentinels. Their surfaces catch what little moonlight remains, creating long, overlapping shadows that stretch across the ground. Thor walks between them, his footsteps slow and measured. Each step lands with a soft, dull sound against stone. No echo, no resonance. The sound does not travel far. It stays close to him, as if the night itself is absorbing it. The wind follows him as he walks, not pushing, not resisting, just moving alongside him, brushing past his cloak, stirring his hair. Thor notices how different the realm feels from this angle. When he stands at the edge of Asgard, looking outward, the world feels vast and open. Here, walking inward, it feels sheltered, contained. The pillars frame his path. The walls rise gradually. The sky narrows above him, becoming a ribbon of darkness rather than an endless field. Thor's gaze drifts upward occasionally, catching glimpses of the sky between stone and structure, watching the stars blink in and out of view as his angle changes. He passes a low-burning torch set into a stone bracket. Its flame is small, steady, golden. It does not flare when he passes. It does not bow. It simply burns. Thor slows slightly as he walks past it, feeling the warmth brush against his skin. The warmth is gentle, comforting. He moves on. Further along the path, the stone beneath his feet changes texture. Where before it was smooth and even, worn by countless footsteps, now it becomes rougher, older. The markings carved into it are simpler, less decorative. This part of Asgard predates the Great Halls. It is a place of transition. Thor has walked this path many times, but rarely like this. Usually, his mind is elsewhere, on the next task, the next threat, the next call to action. Tonight, he notices everything. The way the stone slopes slightly downward. The way the air grows a fraction warmer as he moves away from the open edge. The way the sounds of the realm, faint as they are, change. There is the distant murmur of a fire somewhere deeper within the halls. The quiet clink of metal as a guard adjusts their stance far away. The low, barely audible hum that seems to exist beneath Asgard itself. A reminder of power held in balance, not in motion. Thor walks. He does not rush. There is nowhere he needs to be quickly. He follows the curve of the path as it bends gently to the left, then to the right, guiding him deeper into the heart of the realm. He passes beneath an archway carved with symbols so old that even Thor does not remember their origin. The symbols catch moonlight in shallow grooves, casting thin shadows that ripple as he moves. Thor slows again beneath the archway. He stops. He looks at the carvings. They are worn, smoothed by time. Some of their meaning has faded, but they remain. Thor reaches out and runs his fingers lightly along the stone. The texture is rough beneath his skin, ancient, unchanging. Thor feels a sense of continuity in that touch. A reminder that Asgard existed before him and will exist beyond him. The thought does not trouble him. It grounds him. Thor withdraws his hand and continues walking. The path widens again, opening into a quiet courtyard. The courtyard is empty. No voices. No movement. Stone benches line the edges, their surfaces dusted lightly with frost. A small tree grows near the center, its branches bare, its silhouette dark against the dim sky. Thor steps into the courtyard and pauses. The space feels held, protected. He stands there for a moment, letting the quiet wrap around him again. He looks at the tree. It is not large. It is not impressive, but it is alive. Even now, even in the cold, even in rest. Thor understands something about that. Life does not need to be loud to endure. He breathes in, breathes out. The courtyard remains still. Thor turns again, following the path that leads onward, deeper into Asgard. With each step, The world feels slightly closer, slightly warmer, slightly more contained. He is moving away from the edge of the realm, away from the open sky. But the calm does not leave him. It follows. The quiet he found beneath the stars does not break. It settles into him, becomes part of him. Thor continues walking, unhurried, carrying his hammer at his side, not as a weapon, but as a companion. And as he walks, the night continues its gentle work, softening, slowing, preparing him for what comes next. The inner halls of Asgard receive Thor without ceremony. No doors swing open. No voices rise to greet him. No footsteps hurry to meet his own. The realm understands. The stone beneath Thor's boots grows warmer here, less exposed to the open sky. The air feels thicker, quieter in a different way, not vast and open like the terrace, but enclosed, protective, like a room meant for rest. Torches line the walls at wide intervals, their flames low and steady. They do not flicker wildly. They burn as if they, too, are conserving their strength, saving it for another time. Thor walks between them slowly. Each flame casts a small circle of light, and as Thor passes through these circles, he moves from shadow to warmth and back again. Shut up. The rhythm becomes familiar, reminds him of breath. His footsteps remain soft, absorbed by the stone, as if the hall itself is listening and choosing not to echo. The ceiling arches high above him, disappearing into darkness. The walls are carved with scenes from long ago, battles fought, alliances made, oaths sworn. Figures frozen in motion, weapons raised, storms captured in stone. Thor glances at them as he walks. He does not stop. He does not linger. He knows these stories. He has lived many of them. Tonight they feel distant, not forgotten, just complete. He continues onward, passing deeper into the halls where the paths branch and curve. He chooses his direction instinctively, not thinking, allowing his feet to carry him where they always have. There is a familiarity to this movement, a comfort in knowing that he does not need to decide. The hall opens into a long corridor, narrower than the others, quieter still. The torches here are fewer, the light dimmer. The silence deepens. Thor slows again, not because he is unsure, because something in the space invites it. The corridor feels older, not in age alone, but in intention. This is not a place meant for gathering or celebration. It is a place meant for passing through quietly, a place for reflection, for transition, for movement without announcement. Thor walks its length at an even pace. His thoughts drift again, not sharply, not urgently. They drift toward memory, toward moments that have shaped him not through battle, but through stillness. He remembers standing beside his father, Odin, in silence. Not during council, not during war, just standing, watching, listening. Odin has always understood the value of quiet. Thor understands it now too. He remembers nights spent in Midgard after storms, when the land is wet and still, when the air smells of rain and earth, when people emerge slowly from shelter and look at the sky with relief. He remembers how those moments feel heavier than the storm itself, because relief carries weight. Thor reaches the end of the corridor and steps into a smaller chamber. This chamber is dim. Only one torch burns here, set into a shallow alcove. Its flame is small but steady, casting a warm glow across the stone floor. The room is empty except for a low stone bench along one wall. Thor stops. He stands in the doorway for a moment, feeling the shift in the air. This space feels personal, private. Thor steps inside. The sound of his boots is barely audible. He moves toward the bench and sets Mjolnir down carefully beside it, placing it flat against the stone floor. The hammer does not shift. It rests exactly where he leaves it. Thor sits, The bench is cool beneath him, but not cold. The stone holds a faint warmth, as if it remembers others who have rested here before. Thor leans forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. His hands hang loosely between them. His shoulders roll gently, releasing tension. The torch crackles softly. The sound is small, comforting. Thor lets his gaze settle on the flame, not watching it sharply, just allowing it to exist in his field of vision. The flame moves slowly, responding to subtle changes in air. It rises and falls, stretches and contracts, never fully still, never chaotic. Thor's breathing syncs with it without effort. The room feels safe, protected from the open vastness of the sky. Thor realizes something quietly. This chamber feels like the inside of his own chest when he is calm. Enclosed, steady. He remains seated, watching the flame. Minutes pass, or perhaps longer. Time feels unimportant here. The flame flickers. Thor blinks. His eyelids grow heavier again, not with exhaustion, with the same calm pull he felt beneath the stars. But this calm is different, more contained, more inward. He allows his head to lower slightly, chin dipping toward his chest. His breathing deepens. The flame blurs slightly as his focus softens. He is not asleep, but he is close, very close. A thought drifts through his mind. Midgard. This time, it does not pass quickly. It lingers. Thor thinks of the small village he imagined earlier. He thinks of roofs and chimneys and quiet rooms. He thinks of fires burning low. He thinks of people sleeping. He feels a gentle pull, not a command, an invitation. Thor understands this feeling. It is the same feeling that tells him when to move in battle, the same sense that guides his timing. But this time, it is not guiding him toward conflict. It is guiding him toward observation, toward connection. Thor lifts his head slightly. The flame sharpens again. He breathes in, breathes out. He straightens slowly, standing once more. His movements remain quiet, deliberate. He reaches down and picks up Mjolnir, feeling its familiar weight settle into his hand. The hammer feels steady, ready, but not eager. Thor turns toward the doorway. He pauses there, standing still for a moment. He looks back at the chamber, the bench, the flame, the quiet. He nods faintly, not in farewell, in acknowledgement. Then he steps out into the corridor again. The silence follows him. The calm follows him. Thor walks back through the inner halls, retracing his path slowly, not rushing, not retracing in urgency. The realm remains quiet. The torches burn low. The shadows stretch long. Thor moves with purpose now, but it is a gentle purpose. A direction. He is not going outward to the terrace again. He is not heading for the halls of gathering. He is moving toward a place where the boundary between realms grows thin. Toward a place where the quiet of Asgard can reach beyond itself. Thor walks, unhurried, carrying the stillness he has gathered with him. The night continues to hold. And somewhere beyond these walls, Midgard sleeps. Thor walks for a long time without seeing anyone. The halls grow quieter the farther he goes, not abruptly, but in layers, each corridor slightly dimmer than the last, each turn taking him farther from warmth and closer to something thinner, something less solid. The stone beneath his boots changes again. It is no longer warm from fires or held heat. It cools gradually, as if the ground itself is giving up what little warmth it has stored. The air follows, becoming clearer, lighter, carrying fewer scents. The inner halls are behind him now. Ahead lies a passage that does not feel like a hallway at all. It feels like a pause. The ceiling lowers slightly here, not pressing but encouraging the body to slow. The walls narrow just enough to draw attention inward. Torches are absent. There is no flame in this space. And yet it is not dark. A soft, pale glow seems to exist without source, diffused evenly through the stone, as if the light is not placed here, but remembered. Thor slows his pace further. His footsteps grow quieter still, almost swallowed by the air before they can reach his ears. The sound does not echo. It fades instantly, leaving no trace. This place has always been like this. A place between. Not fully Asgard. Not fully anywhere else. Thor knows this path. All gods do, even if they rarely walk it. This is where the realm thins. Where boundaries soften. Where the distance between worlds grows less certain. Thor's grip on Mjolnir remains relaxed. The hammer rests at his side, its weight steady, familiar. It does not pull him forward. It does not resist. It follows. The passage opens slowly, not into a room, but into a wide, open space that feels larger than it looks. The walls pull back. The ceiling lifts. The air shifts again. Thor steps forward and stops. Before him, the world feels lighter. The floor here is smooth, polished not by feet but by time. It reflects faint light without shine, like stone that has learned restraint. The space hums. Not loudly, not even audibly. It hums the way a held breath hums. Thor stands still and listens. There is no wind here, no flame, no distant sound of halls behind him. There is only presence. Thor becomes aware of his own heartbeat. Slow, even. Each beat feels distant, steady, unhurried. He breathes in. The air is thin but clean. He breathes out. The space remains unchanged. This is not a place of decision. It is a place of allowance. Thor takes another step forward, then another. With each step, the sensation changes, not dramatically, not suddenly. It is like walking into shallow water. The first touch barely noticeable, then gradually more present. The air presses differently against his skin. His hearing changes. Sounds from Asgard, already faint, fall away entirely. Thor realizes something important. He is not leaving Asgard behind. He is carrying it with him. The calm, the quiet, the stillness. It moves with him now. Thor reaches the center of the space. Here, the air feels almost translucent, as if it could be seen if one looked closely enough. A faint shimmer passes through it, not light, not motion, just the suggestion of something shifting. Thor stops again. He does not rush. He does not push. He stands and lets the moment arrive fully. This is the point where worlds touch. Not with violence. Not with spectacle. With gentleness. Thor closes his eyes. Not to sleep. To listen. The hum deepens, not louder, just clearer. It resonates through him, through bone and muscle and something deeper, something that does not have a name. Thor breathes. With each breath, the sense of distance changes. The air grows warmer. Not suddenly. Gradually. The faint scent of stone gives way to something else. Damp soil. Leaves. A hint of smoke far away. Thor opens his eyes. The space before him has changed. Where once there was only pale light and smooth stone, there is now depth. A horizon. Not sharp. So, the kind of horizon seen through mist. Thor takes a step forward. The stone beneath his boots gives way to something different. Not abruptly. The texture changes slowly, becoming less polished, more uneven. Packed ground. Grass, flattened and damp. Thor pauses, feeling the difference beneath his feet. The air is warmer here. Heavier. Fuller. It presses gently against his skin, carrying the subtle sounds of a living world. A distant rustle. A soft movement of leaves. The faint murmur of something flowing far away. Thor has crossed. Not with thunder. Not with light. With quiet. He stands at the edge of a hill. Below him Midgard rests. The sky here is lower, closer, layered with clouds that drift slowly across the moon. The stars are dimmer, scattered, partially hidden. The land stretches outward in gentle slopes and dark shapes. Trees cluster in the distance. A narrow path winds through grass, barely visible. Thor does not move immediately. He lets his senses adjust. Midgard always feels denser than Asgard. More weight, more presence. Every sound feels closer. Every scent more defined. Thor breathes in. The air smells of earth and night and moisture. It smells alive. He exhales. The sound is swallowed by the open space. Thor takes a few slow steps forward, stopping near the crest of the hill. From here, he can see faint lights below. A village. Quiet. A few windows glow softly. Smoke curls lazily from chimneys, barely rising before drifting away. Thor watches. He does not descend yet. He remains where he is, standing at the boundary between observation and involvement. This is not a night for action. This is a night for witnessing. The village below sleeps. Thor can feel it, not through sound, through absence. The absence of movement, the absence of fear, the absence of urgency. He stands still, hammer resting at his side, cloak hanging quietly around him, breathing in time with the slow rhythm of the world. Midgard does not know he is here. It does not need to. Thor's presence does not press upon it. He is not a storm tonight. He is a shadow, a watcher, a quiet guardian standing at the edge of sleep. The clouds drift. The moon softens. The village remains still. Thor watches. And for the first time in a long while, he understands that protection does not always require force. Sometimes, it requires nothing more than being there. Thor remains where he is. He does not move down the hill. He does not step closer to the village. He simply stands, allowing the quiet of Midgard to surround him fully, to settle against him the way the night settles against the land. The grass beneath his boots is damp, cool to the touch, bending slightly under his weight. It does not snap or resist. It yields gently, then holds. The earth here feels different than Asgard's stone. It is softer. It carries memory differently. Where stone remembers pressure and time, earth remembers growth. Thor can feel it beneath him, the slow, patient life of the ground, roots resting and waiting, insects burrow deep, the subtle movement of soil responding to temperature and moisture. Midgard breathes. Not loudly, not dramatically, but constantly. Thor breathes with it. The clouds drift overhead, their movement slow enough that it feels almost imagined. They pass in front of the moon in thin layers, softening its light, then thinning again, allowing a pale glow to return. Light fades. Light returns. The pattern repeats. Thor watches the village below through this shifting veil. The houses are simple shapes in the dark, their edges rounded by shadow. Roof lines slope gently. Walls catch faint moonlight, then lose it again. A single window flickers as someone inside adjusts a fire. The flicker lasts only a moment. Then it steadies. Thor feels the change more than he sees it. The warmth of flame shifting. The balance restored. He listens. At first, there seems to be no sound at all. Then, slowly, he begins to notice the quiet sounds that live beneath silence. The faint rustle of leaves moving against one another. The distant call of a night bird, brief and low. The soft murmur of wind passing through grass. A sound from the village, a door settling, wood contracting as it cools. Thor's hearing adjusts. Each sound stands alone, distinct, unhurried. He does not try to follow them. He lets them pass through his awareness like ripples through water. Thor shifts his stance slightly, redistributing his weight. The movement is subtle, almost imperceptible. He plants his feet more firmly. Grounded, present, Mjolnir rests against his leg, its weight reassuring but unobtrusive. Thor does not look at it. He does not need to. His attention remains on the village. He studies it slowly, not in detail, but as a whole. The way the buildings cluster together. The way the faint light gathers in small pockets. The way darkness fills the spaces between. This is not a place of grandeur. There are no towering halls. No carved pillars. No eternal stone. And yet, Thor feels something familiar here. Something important. This is what he protects. Not just land. Not just borders. But moments like this. Moments where nothing is happening. Moments where people sleep without fear. Moments where the world is quiet enough to rest. Thor lets his gaze drift again. He notices a small path leading away from the village, winding gently into the dark. The path is barely visible, but its presence is felt, worn into the earth by many feet over many years. He imagines people walking it during the day. Children running ahead. Adults carrying burdens. Travelers passing through. Now the path rests. The village rests. The night holds everything gently. Thor's breathing remains slow, deep, steady. He feels the difference between this and the stillness of Asgard. Asgard's quiet is vast, elevated, distant. Midgard's quiet is close, intimate. It presses gently against the senses. It invites attention. Thor finds himself lowering his head slightly, as if instinctively making himself smaller, less imposing. Not shrinking, softening. He does not want to disturb anything. He wants to blend into the night. The wind shifts again, this time carrying a faint scent of smoke and wood and something warm, bread, perhaps, or cooked grain lingering from the evening meal. Thor inhales slowly. The scent is comforting. It reminds him that life continues even when no one is awake to witness it. Inside one of the houses, someone turns in their sleep. Thor cannot see them, but he feels the movement. A shift. A breath catching and settling. The person sleeps on. Thor remains still. The moment passes. The village returns to its deep, even rest. Thor's thoughts slow further. They no longer form words. They exist as sensations. Warmth, coolness, distance, presence. He blinks slowly. The world feels softer when he opens his eyes again, as if his focus has widened rather than sharpened. He is aware of everything at once, the sky, the village, the ground beneath him, without concentrating on any single thing. This awareness feels restful. It does not demand attention. It does not ask for action. It simply exists. Thor understands now why Odin walks at night. Why gods sometimes leave their halls and stand quietly in places like this. To remember, to witness, to let the world exist without interference. Thor lowers himself slowly, bending one knee, then the other, until he kneels on the grass. The movement is deliberate and careful. He rests one hand against the ground, palm flat, feeling the cool dampness seep into his skin. The earth accepts his touch without reaction. Thor keeps his hand there for a long moment. He feels the ground's steadiness, its patience. He feels how little effort it takes to exist, how little noise is required. He straightens slightly, resting back on his heels. His posture is relaxed, unthreatening. The village remains unchanged. The clouds continue their slow drift. The moon's light softens further. Thor remains kneeling, breathing, watching. He thinks, faintly, of storms again, not as events, but as memories. Storms pass. They always have. What remains is what matters. The land, the people, the quiet nights that allow healing. Thor remains there, a silent presence on the hill, until the sense of night deepens even further. Until the stars fade a little more. Until the world feels fully, completely held. He does not know how long he stays. Time does not matter here. Only presence. Only stillness. Only the slow, steady assurance that for this moment, at least, the world is safe. The night settles even deeper. Not darker, deeper. The difference is subtle, but Thor feels it immediately. The air grows steadier. The small movements of wind soften until they are barely movements at all. The clouds slow their drift, spreading thin and wide, as if the sky itself is stretching before sleep. Thor remains on the hill. He does not rise from his kneeling position. He does not shift. He allows stillness to complete itself. The grass beneath him is cool and damp, but not uncomfortable. The earth does not push him away, nor does it pull him downward. It simply exists, solid and patient, supporting him without demand. Thor rests his free hand against his knee. The other remains lightly on the ground, fingers relaxed, palm open. He feels the subtle pulse of the world beneath his touch, the slow exchange of warmth and coolness, the faint vibration of life moving far below the surface. This is Midgard's quiet. It is not empty. It is layered. Thor listens again. There is the faint murmur of the distant river, barely audible, a low, continuous sound that blends with the night rather than breaking it. There is the whisper of leaves high in the trees at the edge of the village, brushing against one another in slow conversation. Somewhere, an animal shifts in its sleep. The sound is brief, then gone. The village remains still. Thor lifts his gaze slowly, carefully, letting his eyes trace the shapes below. The houses seem smaller now, their outlines softened by shadow and distance. The faint lights in the windows have dimmed further, some extinguished entirely as fires burn down to embers. One last chimney releases a thin curl of smoke. It rises, then disappears. The night has claimed the village fully. Thor breathes in, breathes out. The rhythm is so slow now that it feels as if it could carry him into sleep if he allowed it. He recognizes that feeling. He does not resist it, but he does not surrender to it completely either. He is still watching, still holding his quiet vigil. Thor understands something clearly now. There is no difference between rest and protection. They are not opposites. They are the same thing, expressed differently. To guard the night, sometimes all that is required is to be present, to be calm, to be steady. Thor's grip on Mjolnir loosens further, until the hammer rests almost entirely on the ground beside him, its handle angled gently against his leg. It does not sink into the earth. It does not vibrate. It rests. Thor's shoulders lower another fraction. His breathing deepens once more. His thoughts thin further. They no longer drift in shapes or impressions. They fade. What remains is awareness without effort. Awareness without judgment. The sky above Midgard lightens just slightly, not with dawn, but with the soft promise of it far away. The clouds thin further, allowing a pale glow to spread evenly across the horizon. The stars are nearly gone now. Those that remain are faint, distant, barely visible. Thor watches them fade without sadness. Stars fade so that morning can come. Storms pass so that calm can exist. Nothing is lost. Everything changes. Thor's eyelids lower slowly. This time, they remain closed. Not in sleep, in rest. His breathing remains steady. The village below remains unchanged. Quiet. Thor stays there, kneeling on the hill, a silent figure against the night, until even the concept of waiting softens and dissolves. He does not think of what comes next. He does not think of tomorrow. He allows this moment to be complete. And in doing so, he completes his watch. The night continues. The world breathes. And Thor, god of thunder, guardian of realms, rests within the quiet he has learned to trust. Chapter 2. The night has not yet released its hold on Asgard. It lingers in the high places, where stone meets sky and the air thins into something almost weightless. Dawn has not arrived, but it is no longer entirely absent. It exists as a possibility, distant, patient, waiting beyond the horizon. In a chamber set apart from the great halls, Odin is awake. He has been awake for some time. Odin does not wake suddenly. He does not rise from sleep as mortals do, pulled upward by noise or light or need. Instead, he emerges from rest gradually, as if surfacing from deep water, bringing silence with him rather than leaving it behind. His chamber is dim. There is no fire burning, no torch lit. The room is shaped from ancient stone and dark wood, its surfaces worn smooth by centuries of presence. Everything here has learned restraint. Odin sits upright on the edge of his resting place, his posture relaxed, his movements unhurried. His cloak rests around his shoulders, heavy but familiar, its weight a constant companion rather than a burden. He breathes slowly. The sound is barely audible. The air in the chamber is cool, still, and calm. It carries no urgency. It does not press against him. It simply exists. Odin tilts his head slightly, listening. Not for sound, for absence. He listens for imbalance, for disturbance, for the subtle signals that something in the woven pattern of the worlds has shifted. There is nothing, and yet there is something. A presence, distant but unmistakable. Odin closes his remaining eye. Not to rest, to see. His awareness expands outward, moving beyond stone and chamber and hall, passing effortlessly through walls and space, stretching toward the edges of Asgard and beyond. He does not force this awareness. He allows it, and in that allowance, he feels it, though not as a figure, not as a form, as a state, a quiet where there is usually force, a stillness where there is usually motion. Odin's breath deepens slightly. He remains seated, unmoving, as his awareness settles on that distant presence. Thor is not in Asgard. Thor is not in motion. Thor is not preparing for battle. Thor's resting. The realization does not surprise Odin. It confirms something he sensed earlier, something subtle that passed through the realm like a gentle shift in wind. Odin opens his eye again. The chamber remains unchanged. Still dim, still quiet, still patient. He rises slowly, standing with ease that comes not from strength alone, but from familiarity with his own body and the weight of time. He crosses the chamber without sound, his footsteps soft against stone. At one end of the room, a tall opening looks out over Asgard. There is no balcony here, only an open threshold where the sky presses close, where the realm seems to thin into distance. Odin steps forward and stops. The night greets him without ceremony. Stars remain, but fewer now. Their light is faint, softened by thin clouds drifting slowly across the sky. The moon hangs low, pale and quiet, its light spread thin and even. Asgard rests beneath this sky. The great halls are dark. The paths are empty. The realm has folded inward upon itself, conserving what it does not need. Odin watches. He does not search for anything in particular. He simply allows his gaze to move where it will. He senses Thor again, more clearly now. Not through sight, through understanding. Thor is kneeling somewhere beneath a different sky. Midgard's sky. Odin can feel the weight of that world pressing gently against his sun, can feel the density of earth and life and sleep surrounding him. Thor is not guarding with thunder. He is guarding with presence. Odin finds a faint smile touch the corner of his mouth. Not amusement, not pride, but recognition. Storms must learn when to pass. Even gods must learn this. Odin rests his hands lightly on the stone edge before him. The stone is cool, steady. It reminds him of many nights like this one. Nights spent watching rather than acting. nights where the greatest work is restraint. He breathes in, breathes out. The air carries no warning, no urgency, only the slow turning of worlds. Odin remains there, standing at the threshold between chamber and sky, watching the night thin toward morning. He does not call the ravens. He does not speak. There is nothing that needs to be said. Thor is where he should be. The worlds are quiet, and the weave of fate, for this moment at least, lies undisturbed. Odin remains at the open threshold for a long while. He does not shift his stance. He does not fold his arms or lean his weight from one foot to the other. He stands as if standing itself is a form of listening. The sky before him changes slowly. Not in color, not yet. In texture. The darkness thins in places, growing less absolute. The stars that remain do not vanish all at once. They fade unevenly, some lingering faintly while others disappear behind drifting cloud. Odin watches this without urgency. He has watched many skies change. He has watched dawn arrive over battlefields still warm with conflict. He has watched it rise over fields where nothing but grass had ever been disturbed. He has watched it come to places where gods had fallen and to places where no god had ever set foot. This dawn will be quieter than most. Odin feels that clearly. His awareness, still extended beyond Asgard, rests gently on Midgard. Thor remains still. The sensation reaches Odin not as sight or sound, but as balance. The balance of a storm held back. The balance of power choosing not to act. Odin closes his eye again. This time, his awareness does not move outward. It turns inward. He feels memory rise, not sharply, not with emotion, but with the weight of long familiarity. He remembers Thor as a child. Not the thunderer. Not the protector. The child who laughed too loudly. Who moved too quickly. Who acted first and thought later. Odin remembers the early days, when Thor's strength came faster than his patience, when the hammer felt heavier with responsibility than with weight. He remembers worrying, not that Thor would fail, but that he would never stop. Storms that never rest burn themselves out. Odin learned that long ago. He learned it watching worlds rise and fall, watching cycles repeat with slight variations, watching power devour itself when it forgets stillness. He opens his eye again and looks at the sky. Asgard remains quiet. The realm does not ask him for direction tonight. It does not require command. It does not need instruction. It rests. Odin finds this pleasing. He senses Thor again. Still kneeling. Still present. Still watching. Thor is not thinking of battle. He is not anticipating threat. He is not waiting for a call to action. He is simply... Odin breathes out slowly. A father's breath. A god's breath. A breath shaped by centuries of knowing when to intervene and when not to. Odin's thoughts drift next toward fate. They always do, eventually. Fate is never far from him. Not as fear, as awareness. The weave lies quiet tonight. Threads stretch and settle without tension. No strand is pulled too tight. No knot forms where there should be flow. This moment, this quiet watch, does not disrupt the pattern. It strengthens it. Odin understands this instinctively. Storms teach resilience. Stillness teaches endurance. Thor is learning endurance. Odin steps fully out into the open air now, leaving the shadow of the chamber behind him. The stone beneath his boots feels colder here, more exposed to the thinning night. He welcomes the sensation. Cold sharpens thought without disturbing calm. He moves a few steps along the high edge of Asgard, stopping where the view opens widest. From here, the realm feels both immense and intimate, vast in scale, yet held together by quiet intention. Odin places his hands behind his back. A familiar posture. A posture of watching. He lifts his gaze slightly, scanning the horizon, not searching for threats, but observing change. The light there is different now. Not bright, not warm, just present. A suggestion of what is coming. Dawn does not rush. It never has. Odin's awareness touches Thor once more. Thor has not moved. The village below him remains asleep. No doors open. No cries rise. No fire flares unexpectedly. Protection does not announce itself when it works. Odin nods faintly to himself. This is good. This is right. He thinks of the stories mortals tell. They speak of gods in moments of action. Thunder, lightning, war, miracle. They rarely speak of moments like this. Moments where nothing happens. Moments where everything holds. But Odin knows better. These are the moments that shape what comes next. He remains there as the sky continues its slow transformation, as the last stars fade into pale absence. He does not hurry Thor. He does not summon him. The storm will rise when it is needed. For now it rests, and Odin watches. The first light of morning does not arrive as light. It arrives as a soft change in color, a faint easing of darkness at the far edge of the sky, so subtle it could be missed by anyone not already watching. The horizon does not brighten suddenly. It relaxes. It releases the deepest shades of night and replaces them with something gentler. Odin notices immediately. He always does. He stands at the high edge of Asgard, the open sky before him vast and quiet, his cloak resting heavily against his back. The air has changed, not in temperature, not in motion, but in intention. The night has done its work. The dawn is not here yet, but it is coming. Odin breathes in slowly. The air carries a faint sharpness now, the clean edge that comes just before morning. It sharpens awareness without disturbing calm. He breathes out. Asgard remains still behind him. No bells ring. No voices rise. No doors open. The realm understands this moment. Odin allows his awareness to extend outward one last time. Not searching. Checking. Thor remains where he is, kneeling on the hill above the sleeping village. The earth beneath him cool and steady. His presence quiet, unobtrusive. The hammer resting beside him, unused, its power contained without strain. Thor's breathing is slow. Even. His watch is complete. Odin feels this clearly. The balance has shifted, not dramatically, not forcefully, but enough. Enough to release. Enough to move forward. The village below Thor begins to stir, not with sound, but with readiness. Fires have burned low. Embers glow faintly beneath ash. Inside homes, bodies shift, not yet awake, but closer to waking. The world prepares itself gently. Odin withdraws his awareness slowly, allowing the distance between realms to settle back into place. He does not sever the connection. He simply lets it rest. The weave remains smooth, untroubled. This pleases him. Odin lowers his gaze from the horizon and looks across Asgard once more. The stone paths remain empty. The halls remain dark. The torches burn low. The realm has rested well. He feels no urgency to move, no need to act. He stands quietly, hands resting at his sides, letting the first hint of dawn continue its patient approach. Odin thinks again of Thor, not as a storm, not as a weapon, not as a force, but as a presence. A presence that has learned restraint. A presence that has learned patience. A presence that has learned that strength does not diminish when it is quiet. It deepens. Odin knows that Thor will return when he is ready. He will not need to be called. The storm will rise when the world asks for it. Until then, rest is not only allowed. It is necessary. The sky brightens a fraction more. Just enough to soften the edge of darkness. Just enough to suggest morning without announcing it. Odin turns slightly, not away from the sky, but enough to acknowledge the realm behind him. Asgard remains calm. balanced. He steps back into the shadow of the chamber, leaving the open threshold behind him. The movement is slow, deliberate, without finality. The night is not being abandoned. It is being honored. Inside the chamber, the air feels warmer, more contained. Odin pauses once more, standing just within the threshold, allowing the two spaces, open sky and quiet stone, to exist together for a moment longer. Then he continues inward. The stone absorbs his footsteps. The chamber holds him. Outside, dawn continues its slow arrival. In Midgard, Thor remains still for a few moments longer, then begins, just barely, to shift, to breathe differently, to prepare to rise. The night has passed. The storm has rested. And the worlds move forward, quietly, steadily, without disruption. Chapter 3. Morning does not arrive all at once in Midgard. It does not break the night apart or chase it away. Instead, it unfolds slowly, like a careful hand easing a blanket back just enough to let the world breathe. Thor feels this before he sees it. The darkness around him has softened. Not lifted, softened. The air has changed in a way that cannot be measured but can be felt, a quiet shift that tells the body it is time to move without demanding that it hurry. He remains kneeling on the hill, his posture unchanged, his presence still gentle and unobtrusive. The grass beneath him is cooler now, damp with night, pressed flat where he has rested. The earth holds the imprint of his weight without complaint. Thor's breathing deepens slightly. Not faster, just fuller. The village below remains quiet, but it is no longer fully asleep. There is a sense of readiness in the air, the way a room feels just before someone opens their eyes. Fires have burned low, but warmth remains. Doors are still closed, but not sealed against the world. Thor lifts his head slowly. The movement is unhurried, deliberate, as if he is careful not to disturb the moment. His eyes open fully, adjusting to the dim, early light. The sky above the village has shifted from deep night to a softer shade, layered with pale gray and faint blue. The stars are gone now. Not vanished. Simply unseen. They have stepped back to make room for what comes next. Thor watches the horizon. It does not glow yet. It only lightens. The clouds have thinned, stretching wide and even across the sky, no longer drifting with the freedom of night but settling into slow, purposeful shapes. They catch the first hints of morning and hold them gently, spreading light without brightness. Thor remains still. He does not rise. He allows the morning to complete its arrival around him. The world sounds different now. Not louder, more detailed. He hears the faint movement of a bird shifting in its roost, the distant sound of water moving over stone, the soft rustle of leaves responding to a breeze that is barely there. Each sound arrives alone, distinct, then fades. Thor listens without focusing on any single one. His hand rests loosely on his knee. The other remains near Mjolnir, which lies against the ground beside him, its surface dark and calm, untouched by light or power. The hammer feels heavier now, not in weight but in meaning. It carries the memory of restraint, of a night passed without force. Thor does not regret that. He lowers his gaze toward the village again. A door opens slowly, not with urgency, just enough to let cool morning air inside. A figure steps out, pausing on a threshold, standing still for a moment as if listening to the world before joining it. Thor feels the movement more than he sees it. Life is waking. Gently. He feels something settle inside him. A completion. The watch has ended. Not because danger has passed. Because nothing needed to happen. Thor exhales. The breath is long, slow, steady. He places his hand on the ground again, palm flat, grounding himself one last time in the quiet of Midgard's morning. The earth feels warmer now, beginning to release the cold it held through the night. He rises slowly, first one knee, then the other. The movement is careful, respectful, as if he does not want to rush the moment out of existence. He stands fully upright, his broad form outlined softly against the pale sky. Thor looks once more at the village, at the thin lines of smoke beginning to rise, at the stillness that remains between movements. This is enough. He turns away from the hill, not abruptly, not with finality, but with understanding. The boundary between realms waits for him as it always has. And Thor, carrying the calm of night with him, begins his slow return, bringing the morning with him not as thunder, but as presence. Thor does not leave the hill immediately. Even after rising, even after turning his gaze away from the village, he remains where he is for a moment longer, allowing the morning to settle fully into the land before he steps away from it. The light continues to grow, not brighter, but clearer. Shadows soften rather than disappear. The pale sky stretches wider, revealing subtle layers of color, muted blue, thin gray, a faint warmth gathering far off beyond the horizon. Thor breathes in. The air feels different now. It carries the scent of earth warming, of moisture lifting slowly from grass and soil. It carries the quiet promise of movement to come. He breathes out. The village stirs again. Another door opens. A footstep sounds softly against packed earth. Somewhere, a fire is coaxed back to life, its flame catching and settling into a steady burn. These sounds do not disturb Thor. They complete the night. Thor turns his attention to the boundary he senses nearby, not as a line, not as a gate, but as a thinning of presence, a place where the world feels lighter, less anchored. He does not rush toward it. He walks slowly, his steps measured and quiet, following a natural slope downward from the hilltop. The grass bends beneath his boots and springs back as he passes, leaving no lasting mark. The path he takes is not worn. It is chosen. Thor's mind remains calm, unoccupied by thought. There is no planning, no anticipation, only movement. The sky continues its gentle transformation above him. Clouds stretch and thin, their edges catching more light. The air grows slightly warmer with each passing moment. Thor feels the balance shift. Midgard no longer requires his watch. It is awake now. It will carry itself through the morning. Thor reaches a place where the ground changes subtly. The grass thins. The soil grows firmer. The air feels lighter, less dense. He stops. This is where he crossed before. This is where the worlds touch without colliding. Thor stands still and lets the moment come to him. The sounds of Midgard soften behind him, not vanishing, but receding. The village continues its slow waking, unconcerned with his presence or absence. Thor closes his eyes. Not to leave, to listen. He feels Asgard again. The steady stone, the contained quiet, the realm at rest. He feels the difference between the two worlds clearly now. Midgard, warm, close, layered with life. Asgard, cool, elevated, spacious, held in balance. Thor breathes. The air shifts. The ground beneath his feet feels different. Less yielding, more solid, more timeless. He opens his eyes. The grass is gone. Stone rests beneath him once more, smooth and pale, reflecting the soft morning light of Asgard. The sky here is different too. Higher, clear. The light spreads evenly, untouched by cloud. Thor has returned. He stands at the edge of the realm, the open sky stretching before him, the halls of Asgard quiet behind him. He does not move right away. He allows the transition to complete itself. The calm he gathered in Midgard remains with him. It has not been left behind. Thor looks up. The sky holds no stars now. Only morning. A new day, arriving without noise. Thor adjusts his grip on Mjolnir, not tightening it, not lifting it, just acknowledging it. The hammer rests easily at his side, ready but not restless. Thor turns inward, toward the realm, and begins to walk. Not as a storm returning to its source, as a presence returning home. Thor walks slowly into Asgard. The realm receives him without sound. There is no greeting, no announcement, no sense of arrival beyond the simple fact of presence returning to its place. Stone paths stretch ahead of him, pale in the early light, their surfaces cool and smooth beneath his boots. Morning in Asgard is not loud. It does not ring bells or summon voices. It arrives the way breath returns after rest, naturally without effort. Thor's footsteps are quiet, absorbed by the stone. The halls remain still, their doors closed, their fires low. The realm is awake, but it is not yet active. This is the moment between rest and purpose. Thor moves through it carefully. The sky above Asgard is clear now, wide and pale, washed with a gentle light that reveals without harshness. Shadows remain, but they are softer, shorter, less insistent. Thor looks up once as he walks. There is no thunder waiting there, no storm gathering, only open sky. He continues on, following a familiar path that curves gently toward the inner parts of the realm. The path feels different in the morning, less solemn than at night, less vast, but still calm, still steady. Thor carries the quiet of Midgard with him. It has settled into him, not as memory alone, but as understanding. He realizes that the night's watch did not end when he left the hill. It continues now in another form, carried forward, shaping how he moves, how he breathes, how he holds his strength. Thor passes a courtyard where frost still clings lightly to stone, untouched by sun. A single leaf rests near the edge of a path, unmoving. He does not disturb it. He walks on. The inner halls appear ahead, their arches rising gently, their walls warmed by the returning light. Thor steps beneath one such arch and slows, feeling the subtle change in air as he moves into a more enclosed space. The scent here is familiar: stone, metal, old wood. Thor reaches a quiet chamber set away from the central halls. It is not large, not grand, but it is his. The doorway stands open, welcoming without demand. He steps inside. The room is simple. A bench rests against one wall. A place for rest. A place for thought. Thor sets Mjolnir down carefully, placing it where it always rests when it is not needed. The hammer settles without sound. He removes his cloak and lays it aside, smoothing it once, then letting his hands fall away. Thor sits, not heavily, gently. The bench holds him easily. He breathes in, breathes out. The morning light filters in through the opening behind him, soft and steady, illuminating the room without filling it. Thor closes his eyes. Not in exhaustion, in completion. The night has passed. The watch has been kept. Nothing was broken. Nothing was taken. Everything remains. Thor allows himself to rest. Not sleep, not yet, but a deeper stillness, one that exists beneath readiness and strength. Outside, Asgard begins its slow return to movement. A distant footstep. A door opening. A fire catching. Inside the chamber, Thor remains still, carrying the calm of night into the day. The storm has returned home. Not diminished, balanced. And the morning, gentle and unhurried, continues to unfold. Chapter 4. Morning continues without urgency. It does not press forward or demand attention. It simply unfolds, moment by moment, allowing the realm to wake in its own time. Asgard breathes. The light spreads slowly across stone and sky, touching the highest towers first, then drifting downward along walls and paths, settling into courtyards and quiet corners where night still lingers. Thor remains seated in his chamber. His eyes are closed, not asleep, resting. The bench beneath him is firm and familiar, its surface cool where the morning light has not yet reached. The air in the room is calm, lightly warmed by the growing day, carrying the faint scent of stone and old wood. Thor's breathing is steady. Each breath feels complete, unbroken by thought or need. Outside the chamber, Asgard begins to stir, not all at once, not loudly. The realm wakes the way a forest wakes, with small movements layered over one another until life is present without ever announcing itself. A distant door opens, then closes softly. Footsteps pass along a path, measured and unhurried. A fire is tended somewhere deeper in the halls, its flame catching and settling into a low, steady burn. None of these sounds reach Thor sharply. They arrive softened, filtered through stone and distance, blending into the quiet rather than interrupting it. Thor remains still. He feels the difference between this morning and others. Usually, morning brings readiness, purpose, the expectation of movement. But today feels different. Today does not rush. Today asks nothing of him. The calm he carried back from Midgard has not faded. It has settled deeper, becoming part of his awareness rather than a state he must maintain. Thor opens his eyes slowly. The room is filled with soft light now, pale and even. Shadows remain in corners, but they are gentle, no longer deep or heavy. He looks around without focusing on anything in particular. The bench, the stone floor, the place where Mjolnir rests, quiet and unchanged. The hammer does not draw his attention the way it once did. Its presence is reassuring, but it does not call to him. Thor notices this without concern. Strength does not vanish when it is quiet. It waits. Thor shifts slightly, adjusting his posture, allowing his shoulders to relax further. The movement is small, deliberate, almost meditative. He rests his hands on his knees. The skin of his palms feels warm now, the cold of night fully gone. Thor listens inward. There is no tension, no anticipation, only balance. The morning light brightens a fraction more, reaching the far side of the chamber and revealing the faint textures in the stone walls. Marks left by time, by craft, by countless days like this one. Thor stands slowly. The movement is smooth, controlled, absent of any sudden force. He rises to his full height and remains standing for a moment, simply feeling the ground beneath his feet. Solid, steady. He walks toward the open threshold of the chamber and pauses there, looking out across Asgard. The realm is awake now. Not bustling, not loud. Awake in the way a calm body is awake. Aware, responsive, unstrained. Thor steps forward into the open air. The sky above Asgard is clear, washed in pale blue. No clouds gather. No wind presses. The day feels held, as if it has chosen calm deliberately. Thor takes a slow breath and lets it out again. He understands something clearly now. Not every day must be met with force. Not every morning must prepare for conflict. Some days exist simply to continue. Thor begins to walk. Not toward the halls of gathering. Not toward the training grounds. He walks along a quiet path that curves gently through the realm, a path meant for movement without destination. As he walks, the morning continues to unfold around him, steady, unhurried, complete in its own time. And Thor, god of thunder, walks with it. Thor walks without destination. The path beneath his feet curves gently through Asgard, neither leading inward nor outward with any insistence. It exists simply to be walked, worn smooth by time rather than urgency. Morning light rests evenly across the realm now. It does not glare or dazzle. It reveals without demanding attention, touching stone, wood, and sky with the same quiet consistency. Thor's steps remain slow, measured, unforced. Each footfall lands softly, absorbed by the ground as if the realm itself has decided to keep the day gentle. He passes a courtyard where frost still clings faintly to shaded stone. The frost has not yet melted, but it no longer bites with cold. It glistens briefly in the light, then dulls, waiting patiently for warmth to finish its work. Thor pauses there for a moment, not because anything has caught his attention, because stopping feels as natural as walking. He stands and observes the way the light moves across the courtyard, how it shifts slowly, almost imperceptibly, as the sun continues its quiet ascent. Shadows shorten by degrees too small to notice unless one is already paying attention. Thor notices. He notices how the air feels lighter now, how the night's weight has fully lifted but left behind its calm. He notices how his own presence feels different within his body, less coiled, less prepared to spring, more settled. He breathes. The rhythm of his breath matches the rhythm of the day. Somewhere nearby, a door opens. A figure steps into the courtyard, pauses briefly, then continues on their way. The movement is unhurried, respectful of the quiet that still lingers. The figure does not acknowledge Thor. There is no need. Thor does not require recognition. He is content to move through the morning unseen, unremarked, part of the larger flow rather than its center. He resumes walking. The path carries him onward, winding past low stone walls and open spaces where the sky feels close enough to touch. Birds move quietly above, their calls few and soft, as if even they are reluctant to disturb the calm. Thor's thoughts drift again, not toward memory or anticipation, but toward sensation. The warmth of light on his shoulders, the steady pressure of the ground beneath his boots, the gentle movement of air across his skin. Each sensation exists fully, then gives way to the next without overlap or rush. Thor realizes that this is what balance feels like. Not the absence of strength, the absence of strain. He reaches a broad terrace overlooking a stretch of open sky. The view is wide, but not overwhelming. It invites the eye to wander without pulling it outward. Thor steps to the edge and rests his hands lightly on the stone railing. The stone is warm now, having absorbed the morning light. He feels that warmth through his palms. Below, clouds drift far beneath Asgard, thin and slow, moving with no destination other than movement itself. They remind him faintly of the clouds he watched during the night, softer now, lighter, less tied to darkness. Thor watches them without thought. The day continues its steady progression. Not toward anything, just forward. Thor remains there for a time, standing in quiet observation, until even that feels complete. He releases the railing and turns away. The path awaits, and the day, still unhurried, continues to unfold around him. Thor leaves the terrace without looking back. Not because it no longer holds his attention, but because nothing here asks him to linger longer than feels right. The day continues and he moves with it. The path carries him inward again, away from open sky and into spaces shaped by stone and quiet intention. Arches rise overhead, their curves soft and familiar, framing pieces of the pale morning sky between them. Light filters through these openings and settles gently on the ground, creating patterns that shift almost too slowly to notice. Thor walks through these patterns. His steps pass from light to shadow and back again, not marking either as more important. Both exist together now, balanced, unopposed. He passes another courtyard where a shallow basin holds water left from the night. The surface is still, reflecting a fragment of sky and stone. Thor slows and looks down into it. The reflection is calm, undisturbed. The sky above and the water below meet without conflict. Thor watches the reflection until he no longer feels the need to analyze it. The image does not ask to be understood. It asks only to be seen. He moves on. The halls grow slightly busier as the morning advances, but the activity remains measured. Voices are low. Movements are deliberate. The realm has decided, collectively and without discussion, to keep the day steady. Thor senses this and matches it instinctively. He feels no pull toward the training grounds, no urge to test his strength, no impatience stirring beneath his skin. The storm rests comfortably within him, contained but unchanged. He reaches a quieter corridor leading back toward his chamber. The stone here is warmer now, carrying the accumulated light of the morning. Thor runs his hand briefly along the wall as he walks, feeling the texture beneath his fingers. Solid. Enduring. He pauses once more near the entrance to his chamber, not entering immediately. He looks back out into Asgard. The realm has fully woken now, but it has not lost its calm. Movement continues without friction. Purpose exists without pressure. Thor understands that this is not an absence of readiness. It is readiness without tension. He steps inside his chamber and allows the space to close around him again. The light inside is brighter now, filling the room completely. Shadows have retreated to corners and edges, no longer dominant. Thor sits once more, not to rest from exhaustion, to rest from movement. He breathes in, breathes out. The day settles into its rhythm, and Thor, god of thunder, allows himself to be part of it, not as its force, not as its edge, but as its balance. Chapter 5. The day settles fully into Asgard. Not with ceremony, not with announcement. It settles the way water settles after being poured, finding its level, becoming still without ever truly stopping. Thor remains seated in his chamber. The light has shifted again since he last noticed it. What was once pale and tentative has grown warmer, fuller, spreading across stone and wood with quiet confidence. The shadows have shortened, retreating into corners and edges, leaving the room open and clear. Thor's breathing remains slow. The rhythm has not changed since morning. It does not need to. He feels no pressure to rise. No summons echoes through the halls. No urgency stirs beneath his skin. This too is unfamiliar. Thor has always existed in readiness, prepared for the moment when the world would tilt and require force to set it right again. That readiness once felt like tension, like a cord drawn tight and held there indefinitely. Now it feels different. It feels patient. Thor opens his eyes and looks at Mjolnir. The hammer rests where he placed it, unchanged, its surface catching the daylight without reflecting it sharply. It does not hum. It does not call. It waits. And for the first time, Thor understands the difference between waiting and being restrained. Waiting is not weakness. Waiting is choice. Thor shifts slightly on the bench, adjusting his posture, rolling his shoulders once to release the last trace of stiffness from the night. The movement is small, controlled, free of force. He places his feet flat on the stone floor and rests his hands on his knees. Still, grounded, present. Outside the chamber, the sounds of Asgard continue their gentle layering. Footsteps pass at a distance. A voice murmurs briefly, then fades. Metal touches stone somewhere far away. A tool being set down, not lifted. Life continues. Thor listens without focusing. The sounds do not pull him outward. They reassure him. The world is functioning. It does not require his intervention. Thor allows his thoughts to drift, not forward, not backward, but inward. He considers what it means to be a storm. Storms gather. Storms wait. Storms do not strike constantly. If they did, the world would break. A storm that never pauses destroys the land it was meant to nourish. Thor understands this now not as an idea, but as a feeling. He feels the storm inside him, unshaken, intact, vast. But it is calm, contained, held like a deep ocean beneath a smooth surface. Thor rises slowly. The motion is deliberate, unhurried. He crosses the chamber and stands near the open threshold, letting the warmth of the day touch his face. The sky above Asgard is clear, open, untroubled. No clouds gather. No wind presses. The world is balanced. Thor rests his forearm lightly against the stone beside the doorway. He does not lean heavily. He does not brace. He simply stands. A thought drifts through him, not concern, not warning. Readiness. The quiet kind. The kind that does not tense muscles or sharpen breath. The kind that waits. Thor knows, without needing to be told, that the day will not remain like this forever. Storms will come again. They always do. But when they do, they will meet a storm that has rested. A storm that has remembered stillness. A storm that knows when to rise. Thor closes his eyes briefly. Not to sleep, to settle. And the storm waits. Thor remains near the threshold, letting the day continue around him. The light shifts again, slowly, almost imperceptibly. It does not demand attention as it moves. It simply changes where it rests. What was once illuminated fades gently into shade, and what was shaded warms into clarity. Thor notices this without effort. He notices the way warmth collects on stone, the way the air carries sound more clearly now that the morning has fully opened into day. There is no sharpness to these sensations. They arrive softly, as if the world has learned to speak in quieter tones. He breathes. The rhythm remains steady, unbroken. Thor steps away from the doorway and walks back into the chamber, not retreating from the day but allowing the space to hold him again. He stops near the center of the room and stands still. There is no need to sit. There is no need to move. Standing feels complete. The chamber feels balanced, neither dark nor bright, neither enclosed nor open. It exists between states just as Thor does. He turns his gaze inward again, feeling the storm at rest beneath his awareness. It is vast, unchanged. The power that shapes thunder and lightning remains intact, coiled not with tension but with patience. Thor does not suppress it. He does not restrain it by force. He trusts it. A storm knows when to wait. Thor's thoughts drift briefly toward the edges of the realm, not in search of trouble, but in quiet acknowledgement. The worlds beyond Asgard continue their rhythms. Midgard moves through its mourning. Other realms follow their own cycles, unseen but steady. Nothing calls to him. And that, too, is information. Thor listens to the silence between sounds. The pause between footsteps. The space between breaths. The calm that exists not because nothing is happening, but because everything is moving as it should. He reaches down and lifts Mjolnir. The hammer feels heavier than stone and lighter than memory, resting comfortably in his hand. Thor does not raise it. He does not test its balance or feel for its power. He simply holds it. For a moment, the world seems to acknowledge this, not with sound or light, but with a subtle awareness. Thor feels it pass through him like a deep current beneath the surface of a lake. Then it settles. Thor lowers the hammer and places it back where it belongs. The act is simple, complete. He steps back once more toward the doorway and looks out at Asgard. The realm continues. Guards stand at their posts without stiffness. Paths are walked without haste. The day has found its rhythm, and it keeps it without effort. Thor understands something clearly now. Readiness does not require constant motion. Strength does not diminish when it is still. A storm that waits gathers depth, not weakness. He lets this understanding settle fully, not as a lesson, but as a state of being. The air moves gently. The light continues its slow arc. Thor remains where he is, present and calm, the storm at rest but never gone. The day continues to move, and Thor allows it. He does not measure time by the arc of the sun or the length of shadows. He feels it instead, as a gradual unfolding, a steady progression that does not require marking. The chamber holds a quiet balance now. Light enters without flooding. Shadow remains without pressing. The air neither cools nor warms too quickly. Everything rests in a place between extremes. Thor steps once more toward the open threshold and pauses there, standing half in light, half in shade. The position feels fitting, between motion and rest, between readiness and calm. He looks outward again, not scanning for threat, not searching for meaning, simply observing. Asgard moves gently through the day. A pair of figures crosses a distant walkway, their conversation muted, their pace unhurried. A door opens somewhere deeper in the halls, allowing laughter to drift briefly into the air before it fades again. The sound does not pull at Thor's attention. It passes. He remains. Thor's breathing deepens once more. The rhythm has become something he no longer notices consciously. It moves on its own now, steady and reliable. He realizes that this, too, is part of strength. To breathe without effort, to stand without strain, to be present without tension. Thor has always known how to endure impact. He is learning how to endure peace. He steps fully into the light, leaving the shadow behind him. The sun's warmth touches his shoulders, spreading slowly, comfortably. It does not demand movement. It does not urge action. Thor lifts his face slightly, feeling the warmth settle. He thinks, briefly, of storms once more, not of those that have passed, but of those that will come. They will come. They always do. But now he knows something he did not know before. A storm that has rested does not strike blindly. It moves with intention. It protects without excess. It ends when it should. Thor lowers his gaze again and turns back into the chamber. He closes the distance between himself and the bench and sits once more. The stone supports him easily, as if shaped for this exact moment. He rests his hands on his thighs. Open, relaxed. The storm within him does not stir. It remains deep, vast, contained, not suppressed, trusted. Outside, the day continues its quiet work. Light shifts. Sounds rise and fall. The realm lives. Inside, Thor remains still, not waiting for something to happen, waiting because nothing needs to. And in that waiting, he is complete. Chapter 6. The change does not arrive as sound. It does not announce itself with alarm or urgency. There is no cry, no clash, no sudden disturbance in the air. Instead, it comes as a quiet adjustment, a subtle tightening in the rhythm of the world. Thor feels it before he understands it. He sits in his chamber, posture relaxed, hands resting easily on his thighs. The calm of the day still surrounds him, steady and unbroken. Light fills the room evenly. The air remains warm and still. And yet, something shifts. Not sharply, gently, as if the world has taken a slightly deeper breath than before. Thor's own breath responds without thought. The rhythm changes only a fraction, but he notices. He always does. This is not danger. Not yet. It is need. The quiet kind. The kind that does not shout for attention, but waits to be acknowledged. Thor does not rise immediately. He does not reach for his hammer. He remains still and listens, not with his ears, but with the deeper awareness he has learned to trust. The realm around him remains calm. Asgard does not tremble. The halls do not echo with concern. Life continues its steady movement. But beyond Asgard, somewhere farther out, something has begun to lean, not fall. The balance has not broken. It has asked for support. Thor closes his eyes. Not to withdraw, to focus. He allows his awareness to extend outward, not forcing it, not directing it with urgency. He lets it unfold naturally, the way a storm gathers when conditions align. He feels the edges of the realms. He feels Midgard again, not in distress, not in fear, but in transition. A place where wind gathers over open land. A place where clouds thicken without darkening. A place where the air grows heavy, not with threat, but with potential. Thor understands this sensation. It is the moment before rain. The moment when the world prepares to be cleansed, not broken. He opens his eyes. The chamber remains unchanged. Light still rests on stone. The air remains warm, but Thor has changed. Only slightly. Enough. He stands. The movement is smooth, unhurried, controlled. There is no sudden shift in the air, no sign of power released. He rises as a mountain rises, slow, inevitable, calm. Thor steps toward Mjolnir. He does not grip it tightly. He lifts it with ease, familiarity, respect. The hammer responds, not with thunder, not with light, but with readiness. A quiet alignment between bearer and purpose. Thor holds it at his side. He does not spin it. He does not test its weight. He simply acknowledges it. The storm within him stirs. Not violently, not impatiently. It stirs the way wind stirs tall grass before rain. Thor walks toward the open threshold. Outside, the sky remains clear above Asgard. No clouds gather here. No wind presses against the realm. This is not where the storm is needed. Thor understands that as clearly as he understands his own breath. He steps into the open air and pauses, allowing the day to meet him once more. The warmth of the sun rests on his shoulders. The calm of the realm remains intact. Thor does not disrupt it. He will not bring thunder where it is not required. He turns his gaze outward, toward distance, toward the place where the world has leaned. There will be rain. There will be wind. Not destruction. Balance. Thor breathes in, breathes out, and for the first time since the night began, the storm does not simply wait. It prepares. Thor does not leave Asgard immediately. He stands at the threshold for a long moment, holding the stillness of the realm in place simply by respecting it. The sky above remains clear and pale, the air warm and unmoving. Nothing here asks him to hurry. The need lies elsewhere. Thor breathes once more, deep and steady, and allows the direction to settle inside him rather than pulling toward it. He has learned now that storms do not rush to where they are needed. They arrive when the timing is right. He steps forward. The movement is gentle, almost ceremonial, as if he is passing not from one place to another, but from one state of being into the next. The air around him responds subtly, not with sound or force, but with awareness. Thor walks along a familiar path that leads away from the heart of Asgard and toward the open edges of the realm. The stone beneath his boots is smooth and warm, etched faintly with lines worn by time and countless footsteps. He moves without urgency. The storm within him remains contained, deep and quiet, like distant thunder still below the horizon. As he walks, the world begins to shift, not visibly at first, but in sensation. The air cools slightly. The warmth of the sun fades just a fraction. The light remains steady, but its quality changes, becoming more diffuse, less anchored. Thor notices. He does not react. This is the thinning, the place where realms grow closer without touching. Thor slows his pace further as the path opens into a wide, open span of pale stone. There are no pillars here, no walls, only sky above and distance ahead. He steps into the open space and stops. The air presses differently against his skin now, lighter, more fluid. Sound behaves strangely here, neither carrying nor disappearing, as if waiting to be shaped. Thor closes his eyes briefly and listens. The need is clearer now. Midgard. Not a single place. A wide stretch of land. Open fields. Low hills. A gathering of wind. He feels clouds beginning to form, not dark, not heavy, but layered, building slowly, patiently. He feels heat rising from the ground below, meeting cooler air above. The world is preparing. Thor opens his eyes. The sky before him shimmers faintly, not with light, but with possibility. The boundary does not resist him. It never does. He steps forward. The transition is smooth, nearly imperceptible. The pale stone beneath his feet gives way gradually to packed earth, firm and dry. The air grows heavier, fuller, carrying the scent of grass and dust and distant moisture. Thor stands once more beneath Midgard's sky. It is still bright here. The sun has not been hidden, but clouds have begun to gather, high, wide, slow-moving. They do not threaten. They promise. Wind moves across the land in gentle waves, stirring grass and bending it without breaking. The sound is low and continuous, like breath moving through a great body. Thor feels the land respond to his presence. Not with fear, with recognition. He walks forward across the open ground, each step grounding him further into Midgard's weight and density. The storm within him aligns with the storm forming above, not commanding it, but joining it. Thor stops again and looks up. The clouds thicken slightly. The light softens. The air cools another fraction. Rain has not yet fallen. It will. In time. Thor rests Mjolnir against his shoulder, not lifting it, not calling power through it. The hammer remains quiet, a conduit waiting for intention. Thor breathes. The wind strengthens gently, enough to be felt, not enough to disturb. This is what is needed. Not thunder, not force, just movement, just release. Thor remains where he is, allowing the storm to gather fully, evenly, without haste. The land waits. The sky listens. And Thor stands between them, not as a weapon, not as a threat, but as balance preparing to act. The storm does not arrive suddenly. It does not crash into the land or tear the sky open. It begins the way all necessary things begin, quietly, almost unnoticed, as if the world has decided to adjust itself rather than be changed. Thor stands in the open field, unmoving. The wind continues its slow movement across the grass, bending it in gentle waves. The clouds above have thickened now, layering over one another without darkening completely. Light still filters through them, softened and diffused, turning the day muted rather than dim. Thor looks upward. He does not raise his hammer. He does not call lightning. He allows the sky to finish what it has already begun. The air cools another fraction. Not cold, comfortable. The kind of cool that tells the body it can relax its hold on heat, that it does not need to brace itself. The first drop of rain falls. It lands on the earth with a sound so soft it is almost imagined. Then another. Then another. The rain is light, sparse. It does not soak the ground. It does not rush to fill hollows or run along paths. It settles. Thor feels it touch his shoulders, his hair, his skin. The drops are cool and clean, carrying no urgency. They fall straight down, unbothered by wind. The land responds immediately. Dust settles. The scent of earth deepens, rising into the air, rich, grounded, alive. The grass straightens slightly, relieved rather than weighed down. Thor breathes in. The air is fuller now. He breathes out. The storm within him aligns completely with the storm above, not flaring, not expanding, but settling into harmony. This is what he was meant to bring. Not destruction. Release. The rain grows a little steadier, still gentle, still patient. It spreads evenly across the field, touching everything without favor. The sound remains soft, a quiet tapping that blends with the wind and the slow movement of clouds. Far away, thunder exists. Not heard, felt. A deep, distant presence beneath the sky, held back, restrained, unnecessary for this moment. Thor knows it could come. He chooses not to call it. The land does not need thunder. It needs water. It needs balance restored. Thor lowers his gaze from the sky and looks across the field. The rain has already changed the texture of the ground, darkening it slightly, cooling it, making it receptive. The storm is doing its work. Thor steps forward once, then stops again. He does not need to move further. His presence is enough. He rests Mjolnir against the ground beside him, allowing the hammer to touch the earth. There is no flash, no spark, no sign of power passing through it. Just contact. Just grounding. Thor places one hand on the hammer's handle, the other relaxed at his side. The rain continues. Steady. Unforced. Complete. The clouds drift slowly, maintaining their shape without thickening further. The light remains soft, evenly spread, creating no sharp contrast. This storm will pass. It will leave the land refreshed. It will not be remembered as a disaster. It will be remembered only as weather, as balance. Thor stands in the rain until the world no longer leans, until the need fades. And when it does, he will leave as quietly as he arrived, carrying nothing away and leaving nothing broken behind. The rain continues its gentle fall. The storm has been given, and the world rests easier for it. Chapter 7. The rain softens before it stops. It does not end abruptly or withdraw from the land all at once. Instead, it grows lighter, thinner, as if the sky is slowly releasing the last of what it held. Thor remains where he is. He does not move when the rain begins to ease. He does not lift his gaze immediately. He allows the moment to complete itself without interruption. The drops fall farther apart now. Each one lands with a quieter sound, barely more than a whisper against soil and grass. The steady tapping that filled the air moments ago loosens into silence, leaving behind a calm that feels deeper for having been earned. The clouds above begin to thin, not breaking apart, stretching. Light filters through them again, pale and gentle, touching the land without heat or glare. The sky does not clear completely. It softens, opening in places, closing in others, balanced between movement and rest. Thor breathes. The air smells clean, earthy, alive. The ground beneath his boots is darker now, cooled and settled. The grass lifts itself slowly, relieved of dust and heat, blades glistening faintly where rain still clings. Thor looks down. Water has gathered in shallow hollows, not rushing anywhere, not seeking paths. It rests where it has fallen, content to remain until the land absorbs it fully. This is how balance returns. Not through force, through patience. Thor lifts Mjolnir from the ground and rests it once more at his side. The hammer remains quiet, unchanged by what has passed. It has done nothing, and yet it has fulfilled its purpose. Thor turns slightly, taking in the open field. The wind has softened too. What remains is a gentle movement, barely enough to stir the grass. The air feels lighter now, less charged, as if the land has released a held breath. Far away, the clouds continue their slow drift, no longer gathering, no longer leaning. The world stands on its own again. Thor does not linger. He does not need to. The storm has ended, and with it, the reason for his presence. He begins to walk. His steps are slow, unhurried, leaving faint impressions in the damp earth that fade almost immediately. The land does not cling to him. It does not mark him as something separate. He is simply passing through. As he walks, the sounds of the world return gradually. A bird calls once, tentative, then silent again. Insects stir beneath leaves and grass. Water moves faintly where it has collected, settling rather than flowing. Each sound arrives gently, as if the world is careful not to disturb its own calm. Thor feels the storm within him recede, not vanish, not weaken, but return to its resting place. It settles deep again, vast and contained, waiting without impatience. He reaches the place where the air begins to change, where the weight of Midgard lightens, where the boundary waits without resistance. Thor pauses there for a moment. He looks back once, not to check, not to judge, but to acknowledge. The land rests. That is enough. He turns forward again and steps into the thinning air, carrying nothing with him but the quiet he has preserved. The rain is already a memory. The storm has passed, and the world, calm and renewed, continues on without him. The air thins around Thor as he moves forward. It does not resist him. It does not pull at him. It simply changes, becoming lighter, quieter, less weighted by the closeness of earth and rain. Each step carries him farther from the field and closer to the space between worlds, where sound and sensations soften naturally. Thor slows, not because he must, because leaving, like arriving, deserves care. Behind him, Midgard continues without pause. The rain has ended completely now. What remains is the gentle aftermath, the darkened soil, the softened grass, the scent of renewal rising slowly as the land warms again. Life resumes in its quiet ways, uninterrupted by his departure. Ahead, the sky opens. The light becomes clearer, less filtered by cloud. The warmth of Midgard fades, replaced by the cooler, steadier presence of Asgard's air. Thor steps through the boundary without ceremony. There is no sensation of crossing, no signal. One moment he stands on damp earth. The next, pale stone rests beneath his boots, dry and familiar, reflecting the softened daylight of Asgard. Thor stops. He allows the transition to settle fully. The calm he gathered does not leave him. It has followed. Asgard receives him as it always has, without question, without reaction. The realm remains in its gentle rhythm. Paths stretch outward, quiet and open. The sky above is clear, its light even and restrained. Thor breathes in, breathes out. The storm has completed its work. There is nothing more to add. He begins to walk inward, not toward any particular place, but toward rest. His pace is unhurried, his posture relaxed. Mjolnir rests easily at his side, its presence steady, unquestioned. As he moves, the realm continues around him. A distant voice rises briefly, then fades. Footsteps pass along another path. A door opens, then closes. None of it pulls him from his calm. Thor carries the quiet with him now, the way one carries warmth after stepping out of sunlight. It does not demand attention. It does not need to be protected. It simply is. He reaches his chamber and steps inside. The light within is soft, settled, complete. The air feels still-held. Thor places Mjolnir where it belongs and removes his cloak, laying it aside with a small, deliberate motion. He sits, not because he is tired, because rest has found its place. Thor closes his eyes. His breathing slows naturally, without effort. Outside, the world continues. Inside, nothing needs to. The storm has passed. The land has settled. And Thor, god of thunder, allows the quiet to remain.